comes in next, really stout in terms of her bone work. I probably prefer just her depth and shape to her heart and curvature to her upper rib compared to the cattle that are going to go ahead and precede her. We get her in motion though, and she's just too far forward in the angle to her shoulder. More importantly, when watch her media, she needs to be spread at the surface and just wider in terms of her hock clearance and base for me to really buy in. There's an awfully different one that comes in next, and I really appreciate her from just a muscularity standpoint. Our thing's big backed and big ended. Really like those things about her. I just wish it came in a sounder package. You know, to me, the female that's probably pushing the envelope in terms of her mature size just needs to be more athletic to work her up. Wish the young lady's heifer that comes in next went a bit better when we get her out in motion, because on the standstill, I think you like a lot of things from her, from just a pin width and robustness standpoint. We get her in motion, and I'm not sure if she injured herself on the way down here, but she's just not handling her spine or rear leg good enough to me to go ahead and warrant a switch and higher. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to entry number 3168, Mackenzie Crawford. And second, entry number 2694, Arden Franks. Third, entry number 2600, Jasper Clark. Fourth, entry number 2119, Morgan Furman. And rounding out the class is entry number 48, Bailey Durcher. Entering the ring now is going to be class 1.3. We'd like to welcome in entry number 2692, Arden Franks. Entry number 46, Bailey Durcher. Entry number 5855, Connor Cook. Entry number 732, Sophia Venedal. Entry number 1490, Ava Glasser. And we're going to jump over to the junior prospect steer calves. We'd like to welcome
these cattle couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. And I'll be the first to tell you, I have some question marks on my winner just in terms of her mature size. Her cannonbone breed's just a bit shorter, but I think when you look past that and start talking about horses that look like they can generate, I find a lot of favor in this one. Boy, is that a really, really neat rib cage that's just so opened up and expansive. It set the stage for just a massive turn up high, really big out there. And yet she's still plenty mobile enough in terms of her front skeleton. In fact, I think of the top trio, she holds the edge in terms of bend in her knee and slope to her shoulder and smoothness in the way she transitions back into her forerib. Love her back leg, love her comfortability. Like I said, I don't know if she's going to be the biggest gal in the world, but I think when you talk about pieces that are out there
I just checked to make sure I wasn't.
maybe making the next generation better, I probably find the most favor in her from a foot size power perspective and the way she's able to blend it so seamlessly. I like the female in second. In fact, I think her maturity pattern, her freshness, this stage of the game, I favor all of those things quite a bit more. She's quite a bit more ladylike in the shape to her head as well. Really neat when you get her stopped. When you get her in motion though, I think she's just a bit more vertical in terms of her knee and wants to toe in up front, kind of pigeon her front foot, like to square her up in those regards. I guess my biggest issue for her is when we compare her back to the cattle on either side of her, I read her to be just a bit more closed up in her pin set, just a bit flatter and more concaved in her rib shape as well, just like to make her whoopier. But man, that young man does a very good job putting her together, and she can give you an awfully neat look from the profile. The heifer in third probably has some fans on the side of the arena because she's got some big pieces. So neat in terms of her underlying quality, excellent from her maternal sweep back in through her rear rib and flank. On the standstill, you love her foot size, her feature, the way she carries her head and neck so high and proud out of the top side of her shoulder. Then you get her in motion, and the female that needs to be busted open at the base of her heart, to me, just doesn't handle her top line and rear leg with the same comfort level as the cattle ahead of her. They've tried real hard to burn her back down and make her look right, but she just gets too high in the center of it, more pinched in her loin. I'd love to lengthen her out of her hip and maybe just give her a more attractive set to her rear leg. It's plenty flexible enough when she gets out and goes. I just don't think the extra bend to it and the way she wants to pull it in from behind reads nearly as neat or as attractive. Really good cow prospect comes in next. Very sensibly sized, very good in terms of her fleshing ability. I think to me, she just gets out-powered and out-loped in this duo that remains up top. Then we have a nice, stretchy, longer-bodied, higher-performing option that comes in next. That maybe just doesn't come with the same center body or internal dimension or foot and bone as the cattle ahead of him. But a great group of kiddos regardless. Let's give them a big round of applause.
And over here on the steer side, we've got a duo of steers comes in the ring, and again, like I commented.
for me from the moment the young ladies have her up top. Stepped foot in the ring, she just structurally took the lead. I liked her looseness of spine. I liked her comfortability in her lower joints. To me, it just goes with her kind in terms of being incredibly feminine, being a bit more maternal in her lower belly as well. So I'm willing to give up some extra punch when we get off to a 3/4 view just to keep picking functional ones. We get into two, and no doubt in my mind, if you want to talk about one that brings some power to the stage, she in this group is just a bit rounder in the turn to her upper body, a bit bigger in it as well. I like that she's more sensibly sized and easier fleshing. I think we get her in motion though in the heifer that's way too far forward in her shoulder and knee. It's too short out of her hip. Consequently, she's just a bit stiffer and a bit more rigid when we get her out going. On the stand, man, this heifer really can give you some neat looks. Very, very proud in her head carriage. Another one that's massive in terms of her rib cage and got some pin width to her. We get her in motion. I don't think her hoof shape or her comfortability is near good enough. The curled-toed, shallow-heeled female just gets too tight in her spine, wants to throw her tail head up. I just like to relax her and her angles to work her up some more. But a great group of kids. Congratulations, and let's give them a hand.
Congratulations to entry number 872, Kennedy Cow. Second place, entry number 5634, Eli Naylor. Entry number 5186, Emily Crumb. We will now be bringing in our first place individuals for the division drive. Coming back from class 1.2, entry number 3168, Mackenzie Crawford. From class 1.3, entry number 1490, Ava Glazier. And from class 2, entry number 872, Kennedy Cow. Junior Crossman Steer Show, class 4, entry number 352, Carson Weiss. Entry number 3987, Aubrey Mays. Entry number 5874, Keone Yeager. Entry number 334, Taylor Rowland. Entry number 2808, Hadley Damola. Entry number 1245, Faith Campa. And entry number 2721, Bryce Sanders. Attention in the barns, junior.
In the Angus show, and I think it becomes pretty cut and dry. There's a pair of them, or I guess a trio of them in one of the classes that I thought was awfully tough. We ended up landing on one that I think's got some really out there pieces that I'm a big fan of and looking forward to seeing her back later today. I'll go show you my favorite, and then we'll get you a reserve when we drop in that second. But before I do so, let's give all of these young people what they can.
Two. Entry number 1490, Ava Glazer.
Can we get Connor Cook by the 855?
Move right into Class 4 of our junior Angus heifers. This is going to be late senior heifer calves, November through December of 2023. We have a single entry in this class, entry number 2250, Samantha Poultry.
this a single entry? And I'm glad I got a moment to just sit back and truly evaluate her while we're waiting on the steer side of things. Because I'll be honest, when she first came in the ring, I was like, man, she don't have enough bone or foot size for me. And I was going to be picky, single trader, but I think the longer she's been out here and I've got to truly look at her, there's a lot of things that she does right. Man, she is just really, really robust through her center body. Love just the turn that she has up high, a big-ended kind of an animal as well, that can still give you a very neat look and is still way good in the way her underline lays in her in the right fashion. You know, if I am going to get picky on her, though, outside of her bone work, I would probably like to shove her back in her knee. You see her going away, and I could stand to square her up to the outer edges of her hoof wall as well. But I like that she brings some power, some base width, and still does it in a very maternal package. Congratulations to that young lady.
We're going to be moving right into class number 5, early senior heifer calves, September through October of 2023. We'd like to welcome to the ring entry number 4149, Ben Texiria. Entry number 4116, Roy Gibson. Entry number 2736, Arden Franks. And entry number 1474. And as we move over to the junior prospect,
We get into the top pair of this class. I'm going to go ahead and side with the young lady. And you might be thinking, well, hey, Kylie, you've been talking a lot about power, and then you beat two really powerful ones for one that just doesn't have quite as much. And while I think that needs to be up there, even especially with females, it's important that we just stay committed to making sure that they're good fundamental cattle first. And at the ground, to me, this one, bar none, is just the best in terms of her looseness of spine, her athleticism, her length of stride. More importantly though, I prefer the shape to her head and neck, a lot thinner, a lot more refined, a lot ladylike, and really maternal in the way her muscle system lays onto her body. You know, if I'm gonna get a bit picky on her, she's probably just a bit bigger in terms of her tail head. I'd like to probably have her chest set up a bit tighter and lower apart in the base of her heart. But I think when you look past those things and you see what she does well in terms of being a very refined, sound female, to me she just needs to go ahead and win this class. No doubt in my mind though, if you're searching for power, the 1 in second and the 1 in third sure have it. She is so much better through the base of her heart, so much more opened up in terms of her rib cage. I think with that though, you set her in motion and she wants to dish out in her loin, get a bit tighter in her hip and swivel out of it. And I think when you start studying the straighter fronted, deeper chested option up through her front end, she's just a bit crestier, comes with just a bit more jaw. More importantly, I just don't read her to be nearly as feminine or as loose structured as the cattle ahead of her. We get into this heifer in third, and I think similar types and kinds in terms of having some density to her center body and having some expression and some width when you get in behind her. Her biggest issue though is when we get her in motion, man, she gets awfully tight in her spine, a bit shorter out of her hip, and just doesn't have the same reach underneath. I'd probably like to also blow that one apart at the base of her heart to match what she's working with from there back. I have a light, smooth structure, kind of a female that's going to come in next. She's as sound as the day is long. Just don't think she comes with the extras of the cattle ahead of her. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give them a big hand. the Angus, Charolais, and a pair of them that truly couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. I think you got one up here that's really woofy, really dense, probably isn't as athletic, and more importantly for the kind that she represents, I'd love to intensify her in terms of her bone work. Then you have one that's bigger legged and super sound as she gets out and goes. Maybe have some, low input efficiency question marks, probably have some power question marks on her. So it certainly makes for an interesting duo and discussion. Now with that being said, I'll go show you my champion in reserve out here, but let's give these two young some round of applause.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 2250, Simmental Ultra. And your now we have Angus Heifer show side. We'd like to welcome to the ring class number 7 early summer yearling heifers calved May through June of 2023. In the ring now is going to be entry number 44, Bailey Dutra. Entry number 4114, Roy Gibson. Entry number 4115, Roy Gibson. Entry number 1477, Kaylee Flood. And entry number 1450, Colby Powell.
Brangus side of things, and I was instructed that this is division. So we'll go ahead and talk the cattle that are going to round out the class first. I'll have them place the two up front, and then we'll talk those differences. I think the pair that are going to be fourth and fifth, they're pretty similar in terms of their type and kind. They're cattle that have some length of body, some growth, some performance. You know, I'm just a bit more worried about the calf and fifth, just the extra shot of supplemental maintenance it'll take to keep her fleshed up and right, especially when she has her first calf. I'd probably like to make her just a bit sounder as well, so that's kind of where she lies for me, but I definitely think the young lady's done an awfully good job with her. Bar none, young man, I like this heifer quite a bit more than the heifer you brought last time. It's just a shame she run into some very steep competition here because she's very neat in her neck, very loose spine, very sound, just not near enough beef cow there, and we chalk her up to the cattle ahead of him. A real stout, big-footed, burly one comes in next that probably could stand to have her toes trimmed and be a bit more athletic. Love to drop her down in her center body as well, but big picture, she just gets outclassed and outmassed by the pair ahead of him. We get into our pair up here for division champion and reserve, and I think they're different in terms of their type and kind. The one up front, I think, is a bit bigger in terms of her foot size and bone work. I like that she's thinner in terms of the shape to her neck, a bit more refined, and comes with some less cheek. When we start talking about that, though, I think it goes with her kind in terms of being just a bit flatter through her center body. You get in behind her, and she wants to taper into her pin set and pull her hock in. I'd like to change those things, but that's a good-looking Angus cow prospect from the side that certainly is extremely high quality. We get her in motion too, and I don't know if she stays just perfectly square in her hip. Then we get into the calf directly behind her, and man, you want to talk about one that is just opened up from every angle you study her. I like that with that extra shot of just density that she comes with all the way through, that she's still shoved back in her shoulder, actually comes with some bend in her knee, and can get out and motor. She's just a bit longer hipped and certainly more attractive in the way it lays in her. You know, with that being said, she's thicker in her neck and plenty soft from a condition standpoint for me, but I'm okay with them coming with a little bit more cow in terms of their cheek and their front end if they can back it from their back. So with that being said, I'll show you my champion in reserve, but let's give these kiddos a big peek.
Your division champion belongs to...
Can I get that back tag, please?
1477.
Entry number 1477.
2451.
Haley Fly.
Second.
And you reserve in the...
Single entry in this next class, that's plenty good from a bone and foot size standpoint. I think she's long and relatively level down her top line as well. You know, if I'm going to get just a bit picky on her, I think the heifer that can stand to be opened up in terms of her heart and foreribs, probably just a bit more vertical up front. And I'm not sure if she's just a bit tentative out in the surface or if she rear leg just wants to get outside of herself, maybe a bit excessive in the set to it when she gets out and goes. But I think in terms of pieces, the way her neck sits at the top side of her shoulder, her cleanliness, and her extra shot of performance, she certainly brings a lot of good to the table. Congratulations, young lady.
We're going to email the next class. Ethan Stomberg is going in.
Congratulations to Art and Prince. Early junior yearling heifers calves January through February of 2023. In the ring is going to be entry number 5635, Eli Naylor. Entry number 137, Ethan Stromberg. Entry number 4308, Emma Stromberg. And entry number 1319, Caleb Hall.
Go ahead.
Ask media to add the breed before the classes are put in. So
Back on track, get our class in before we do our division and then champion drive. And I think the young lady up here just has one that outpowers the rest, in my opinion. I think functionality, speaking, setting that first priority. She's bar none the most athletic when you get her out and going. I like the sensibly sized female, comes with enough body, comes with the right kind of fleshing ability. To me, I think when we talk about picking these things out and just making them go do their job in the pasture, she'd be the one I'd trust the most, and that's why I think, at least in my opinion, she wins in a pretty dominant fashion. You know, if we can make her perfect, I'd probably like to blow her apart through the base of her heart and just give her more all the way through, but I like a lot of pieces about her. You know, we get them stopped, young man's heifer in second to make a play because she's so heads up and neat in the way she slings her head and neck on the top side of her shoulder. I like the way her shoulder lays onto her body in a flat fashion and she transitions into a really robust forehead and center body. My biggest issue with her is when we get her in motion, heifer wants to roll them in up front, softly push forward in her shoulder and knee. I'd love to amplify her in terms of her toe quality, give her more toe spread and depth of heel, to see her drive another deer in motion. And just a nitpicky thing, she's awfully big and coarse in her teeth, and if you've ever had to deal with that nightmare, it's not a fun one, and so I'd dang sure like to make her just a bit more refined in her udder structure. We get into the heifer in third. She comes with a shot more frame, a shot more grow performance. I like that about her. I think the heifer's got some robustness and turn to her upper rib. She's big on the backside of her blade and her hip. We talk about that though. I think she's just a bit more conventional, just a bit thicker in her front end. Another one that could stand to be loosened up in terms of her shoulder and rear leg assembly and go just a bit better. We get in the cow that's going to round out the class. Definitely like this one from just an easy keeping perspective. No doubt, I think when you turn her out, she could stay fleshy and in the right condition on just about nothing, and sometimes that's worth its weight in gold. And the show ring out here today, though, I think the way her chest is so pronounced only amplifies that she needs to be laid back in her shoulder and knee. But a really nice, comfortable kind of female in her top line. Just got plain out here, a bit frailer, and just didn't get the same kind of look as the cattle ahead of them. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to entry number 4308, Emma Stoneberg. Second, entry number 137, Ethan Stoneberg. Third, entry number 1319, Caleb Hall. And rounding up the class will be entry number 5635, Eli Naylor. We will now be bringing in our first place individuals from each class for the division drive. We'd like to welcome to the ring entry number 2738, Arden Franks. And entry number 4308, Emma Stoneberg.
This is going to be a first
call. First call for junior
ahead.
Brahman heifers. First call for junior
Can you
Brahman
help
heifers.
Jordan
Please
make
be
a
inside.
reminder about market clear changes or due before noon?
We get into our big division here, and two nice females, a single entry and then one that has some competition in her class. Different. I think this one's streamlined in terms of her look, really big-footed, way better in terms of her hair quality as well. Probably give up a bit from a structural integrity standpoint and an internal body dimension standpoint, but you got look and presence there. We get into the heifer that's out of the oldest class, and just so fundamentally correct. I think awesome on her feet and legs, got enough to her, just a good kind of sensibly sized beef cow that I think is going to have a ton of turnout value when it's all said and done. Comes down to personal preference in this lineup, but my favorite's going to be the young lady out of the second class. We'll follow it up with the young lady out of the first class to be reserved. So congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to Emma Stoneberg and your reserve to Arden Franks.
Will you make an announcement in the barns that Brangus steer changes?
Champion junior heifer champion, Ava Glazer. Our senior heifer champion, Samantha Poultry. Our intermediate champion, Kaylee Flood.
Those are your yearlings.
Our yearling heifer champ entry is going to be Emma Stoneberg.
Angus drive, we got to pick 5 of them, and I think it's been an awfully competitive Angus show. Lots of decisions to make in classes and in divisions. We'll go ahead and briefly talk about our division winners right here. I think we kicked off with one that's got some pretty out there pieces. We'll throw it out there first. I think she's got some question marks on her cannon length and how big she's going to get as the heat's starting to get to her. Maybe she's not as collected in her front end. Maybe you'd want to square up her front foot placement. But boy, you talk about one that is just so opened up. She's got an awesome, soft, huge back leg that works incredibly well. Love just the curvature to her center body, the swoop and kind she represents. She's got an awesome hair coat. I just think there's big time pieces that could maybe go out and generate and make something later on down the line. But I would be remiss to say if I didn't have some question marks in her. And if I remember right, I think there's a really nice one that went ahead and was reserved in that division. A nice meat and potatoes kind of heifer comes in the next class. I talked about in our single entry class how off the bat, but wouldn't have had to wait on Bob over there in the steer ring. I probably would have just written her off for being just a bit frailer and saying she needed more bone and foot size. But I think once you look past that, man, that heifer is extremely woofy in her center body. It set the stage for a lot of shape up high, big pin, and still balances well enough on the side. Wouldn't say she's a track star out of her front end when we get her in motion, and I'd love to square her up to the outer edges of her hoof wall as she leaves you. That's a very nice individual to represent D2. We get into Division 3, and we certainly up the ante in that division. I think you just have a whale of a cow prospect, one that is just so good in the way she transitions from her flat shoulder into a massive, massive forerib. Another one that leaves you a big pin and actually has some clearance to her hock and base width as well. We harped on her for being just a bit more conventional and thicker up through her front end. I think when you get her in motion, I don't know if her underlying balance is 100%, and I'd probably like to square up her rear leg as she leaves you. But again, all things being incredibly picky on one that I think brings that kind of mass to the table, handles it plenty good, and still gives you that kind of picture. No doubt she's in contention out here. And we rounded out the class, or I guess the divisions, with a female that is just so fundamentally correct, a good brood cow prospect. You know, you get her out here, and maybe she's showing her age, and the fact that she's just a bit harsher through the base of her forerib, but I loved her flexibility in that division. I think structurally speaking, she just took the lead. So I'm going to take one last look at them. I'm going to show you my favorite one, and then we'll work all the way down to our top 5 as we drop down our seconds and reserves in the division. But before I do so, let's give all of these Angus kiddos a big hand, because boy, this has been a great way to kick off the show.
Congratulations to our reserve. Belongs to entry number 1477, Kaylee Fly. Our reserve champion junior Angus female is going to receive a banner donated by Hairpin S Cattle Company, Jordan and Tiffany Selchow. A premium of $350, donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Our third place in the division, the champion drive, belongs to Connor Cook. Fourth belongs to entry number 44, Bailey Durcher. And fifth is going to be entry number 2255, Samantha Portrait. Angus, Junior Angus cow-calf pairs.
I believe we just had a single entry here in our cow-calf pair in the Angus division, and I think this cow's doing an awesome job. She's got a big, heavyweight May bull calf at side, still has a good udder, still looks like she's milking right and hasn't totally taken all her flesh away, so I appreciate just her lines, her integrity, but more importantly, I appreciate you getting a show heifer out in production and not being afraid to come bring her back to the show ring. I think that just speaks volumes, and at the end of the day, this is what the goal of any show heifer should be, and so my hat's off to you guys. A very nice little bull calf that got her length and performance, so congratulations to you.
Angus cow-calf pair belongs to Kagan Beckett.
We're kicking off our Brahmans with two that are going to be in a division, so we'll go ahead and talk them separately. Just on a side note, it always makes my heart happy to come down south and see some Brahmans where my heart lies, where my family started. Living in the Midwest, you don't see enough here, and so I appreciate that. I'm excited. We get out here, and the one that's up front, the young man's heifer, I think is as good as the day is long. We talk about soundness of structure, extremely athletic, a good-footed, long spine kind of an animal. She's plenty green right now and going through an awkward stage, so she looks pretty tight and closed up in her rib cage. I'd probably also like to just intensify her in terms of her pigment as well, but a nice female. We just talk about fundamentals of being good-footed, just something the breed continuously needs more of. We get into the one that's directly behind her in totally different speed. I think this one's extremely robust in terms of her center body, a big-backed, big-ended one, but with that extra shot, I think comes just a bit straighter knee, just a bit straighter hock. You get her out going, and she's plenty comfortable in terms of covering her stride. Where you start projecting down the line, it's maybe where I have a few question marks. So I think you got to decide if you want to go with pieces of power and a bit more pieces of quality, or do you want to stick with the cow prospect? I've toyed around in my mind, and I think right now, today, the one I probably favor a bit more is the older female, so she'll be our champion. We'll follow it up with the young man's to be reserved, but a great way to kick off our humpies.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 5679, Maze Siddiqui. And your reserve in the division belongs to entry number 4074, Brus Ultra. Entering right now is going to be class 4, late senior heifer calves kept November and December of 2023. We have a single entry number 5680, Maz Siddiqui.
We get over here with our single entry in the Brahman ring, one that is plenty long-bodied and plenty athletic and long striding when we get her in motion. She gives you a nice look when they get her top line down. I like how clean and tidy she is in her navel as well. You know, if I'm going to get just a bit picky on her, I'd probably like to blow her apart in her rib and just make her softer to allow her to balance and be just a bit more lower input with the relation to her cannon bone and frame that I project she'll have as a mature cow. But just a very nice single entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Maz Siddiqui. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 5, early senior heifer calves kept September and October of 2023. We have two entries, entry number 6917, Friendly Pick, and entry number 2266, Katie Burnett.
George, will you announce whether this is Brahman and all American?
Thinking what to say. I will.
Any places, maybe?
When she places the baby.
American side of things, strange, it says Brahman on the paper, but this is actually all Americans outside of Brangus. And so we get in here and the young lady has a Beefmaster, and then we have Brahman over here, obviously. I think it gets close, but I think to me, the young lady's Beefmaster is just so much better from a foot size and stoutness perspective. I like her. She's a lot fresher in terms of her condition as well. You know, if we're going to change her, right, I'd probably love to blow her apart to the base of her heart, make her a bit softer back into her flank. And although I like the raw power and bone and muscle that she comes with, I think she probably reads just a bit more crusty, not quite as ladylike in terms of the shape to her head and face. Probably like to make her a bit deeper heeled as well to make her more secure at her ankle. But a very nice individual that props up well, and like I said, is just extremely rugged and powerful. Totally different speed that comes in second here. You know, I think when we talk about one that's just softer bodied, more maternal in terms of her muscle pattern, all of those things fit her in the same breath though, right? If we're gonna have one a bit more ladylike, a bit softer, we're giving up some extra bulk and density and power when we get in behind these females. I'd love to intensify her in terms of her bone work, expand her in her pin set. I'd probably like to lay her back in her hump placement and shoulder. That's being awfully picky on a pair of good ones. We'll bring in that single entry to keep the decider division champion in reserve. Let's give these kiddos in this class a big hand. Close when we start talking about reserve contention, but that Beefmaster is my favorite. She'll be our champion. Then I'll go show you who I like best for reserve. Let's give these kiddos a hand.
Your Brahman American Division Champion belongs to Friendly Pick. Congratulations to Maz Siddiqui.
They should run these in together.
here in our Brahman ring, and we just have two, and I think it gets awfully close here. We'll go ahead and talk the differences. I believe this is a division as well. I think the young Brahman up here that's going to go ahead and be up front is one that's got a lot of power when you study her down her top line. I think my question marks on her is she's just a bit coarser in terms of her hump. I think she's just a bit snugger in her forerib and tighter in her flank, and I'd like to give her more toe spread and depth of heel so she could grab the surface with a different higher gear and get out and load her a bit better. We got the Brayford F1, and I think good real-world functional cattle. I think a pasture full of moderate, sensibly sized females that are good fleshing and structurally sound like she is would never lose you money. You know, we throw her in a show ring setting, and you know, maybe she's just a bit plainer up front, maybe her underline's not perfect, but I think she represents a good portion of the cow population that's going out and getting the job done and functional and practical. So I think it gets awfully close. I'll show you the way I like them. Let's give these kiddos a big hand.
Nice way of putting that.
So over on this side, I would repeat myself of what I said about a class.
Second, entry number 540, Madeline Lochner. Third, entry number 6758, Mason Eisenhower. Fourth, entry number 2170, Samuel Hodge. Fifth, entry number 3164, Hayden Crawford. Sixth, entry number 3454, Abigail Sirkovic. Seventh, entry number 4428, Pistol Barnes. Eighth, entry number 1491.
On the heifer side of the ring, we'll get into our next edition. Two very well-behaved red Brahmins. Appreciate that. Now we're going to go ahead and leave them how they came in, because I think the young lady's heifer up here is just a bit more ladylike and maternal in her kind. I think if we get her out and going, even though I wouldn't label her a track star, she is the sounder option. I think she's more conservative about her front shoulder, better in her top line, and more collected when she gets out and goes. Look forward to seeing her in her Champion American division here in a little bit. Nothing to take away from our reserve division though, because I definitely like the performance that she brings to the table. That heifer's got some bulk to her through her center body. I think whenever we step back and we get in behind her though, I think she's just a bit more closed up in her pin set, just a bit frailer footed and coarser about her hump as well. I'd like to just trim her and knock a bit of her toe off just to see her get out and go with a bit more comfortability out of her straighter front end. But a very nice duo here. Congratulations to both of these young ladies.
Congratulations to Katie Burnett and Taylor Rowland.
Ultra box.
We'll be welcoming in entry number 5679, Maz Siddiqui. Entry number 6917, Brindley Pick. Entry number 4075, Brock Sartwell. And entry number 2267, Katie Burnett.
Champion Brahman, Champion American. I think it's been an awfully good division, certainly exciting parts of it. But we get out here and I'm pleased with the quality that we have. You know, with that being said, I think there's a pretty dominant champion. I think it gets a nickel closer for reserve. And you can decide if you want to go with the sounder one or maybe the denser and bulkier options. That's kind of where my brain sits. I'll show you my two favorites. But before I do so, let's give these kiddos a big
We need a
hand.
top 5.
out. We just got our champion Brangus Ultra black drag over here. We'll go ahead and talk each one of these division winners individually. Boy, I think the heifer that comes out of this first Brangus division is incredibly intriguing. You know, you get this rebranded heifer parked and the young man loins are down. That is a wild, thin neck. I love how she actually comes with some chest width and some woofiness to her forehead and center body, and yet still sound enough in terms of her front structure. You know, where I'll get picky on her is you get her in motion and it's obvious you need to upgrade her hoof wall and her heel, make her just a bit more durable at the surface so she can get out and grab another gear. She gets just a bit tight in her spine and wants to duck her pin set and pop her ankle. But I think you see this one parked, and to me she looks like it hook bone forward. She could generate some neat American show steers. We get into the one directly behind her out of the older division, and I think just very practical in terms of her structure. She's blessed with a pretty good hair coat. You know, I think we chalk her up to the cattle on either side of her, and I think of the entire group, actually, she's probably the most refined, shortest, and most correct in terms of her teeth structure, so I appreciate that about her. You know, I think it's easy to see, though, that we need to make her softer back in through her rear rib and flank. We need to probably just give her some extras to go ahead and be ultra competitive in this lineup. And I think she's overdue for a hoof trimming as well. We get into the younger heifer calf directly behind her, and I think the silhouette of this one is very nice. She's feminine and refined in her head and neck. I like how collected she is down her top line, like her foot size and her feature as well. My biggest issue with her, even though she's green, is I just love the expander everywhere. I think she could stand to be busted open in the base of her heart. I know it'd allow her to just be bigger and shapelier up high. I'd love to pull her apart in her pin set, spread her in her hock and out the surface. And I think the heifer that's just a bit more pendulous in her navel could stand to be cleaned up in those regards as well. We have another solid brood cow prospect. Again, easy fleshing, easy keeping one that's sensibly sized. I think her turnout value is incredible from those regards. We put her in this lineup. She comes with some chest. She's just a bit plainer, just a bit longer toed. Maybe gets outclassed by one or two of them, but dang sure a nice cow prospect. And my hat's off to the young lady for doing an awesome job managing her. Now, with that being said, let's give our Brangus Ultra Black female exhibitors a very big round of applause, and I'll show you the way I like them.
Brody Westine. And our reserve belongs to Rihanna Shepard. And due to a generous donation from the Southwest Brangus Breeders Association, the cash award for the overall champion Brangus heifer is $1,000, and a cash award for the overall reserve champion Brangus heifer is $500. Please give our generous sponsor a big round of applause. #162, Lexi Thomas. And entry number 4163, Lexi Thomas.
We get in here in this division, it sounds like regardless, Lexi's winning champion and reserve, so that's pretty cool. But I'll tell you which one I like first best. I think the older heifer, the one that's going to be directly behind her, to me is just so much more collected down her top line. I like that she's longer and square in her hip as well. To me, we get in the notion she's just better reach and her skeleton. A very nice individual. Look forward to seeing her in the champion Charolais drive here momentarily. Nothing to take away from the heifer that's going to be reserved there, because I actually think this one is just a bit slicker in terms of her neck. I like her bone and her hair quality as well. You know, we start analyzing her though, and she's just a bit rounder on her shoulder, pretty short and steep out of her hip. I don't know if she gets out and uses her hock with the same kind of flexibility and mobility as the one that's going to go ahead and win. But two very nice individuals. Congratulations, Lexi. We'll go ahead and give her a big round of applause.
Future Prospects 2 kids. Classes 11, 12, and 13. Please be making your way to the scale. 11, 12, and 13. Please be making your way to the scale.
Sorry.
Heifer calves calved November and December of 2023. Coming into the ring now is going to be entry number 4808, Georgia Godoy.
ankle down, but she still uses her hock, has some bend back into her knee. Maybe we could make her just a bit bolder for the base of her heart, but again, being awfully picky. We get into the third division winner right here, and I think she has those pieces that we wanted to change about the one directly in front of her in terms of being so much more expansive in terms of her rib cage, but in the same breath, she's just a bit more vertical up front. And I think the female who's just a bit shallower heeled and more up on her ankle doesn't get out and drive her heel and hock as deep into the dirt as the one directly in front of her. But I appreciate her pieces of power. I think her shortness of back also allows her to just balance a bit better from the side. Then we have the oldest female, and I think she does all the things you'd expect of a good Charolais heifer in terms of bringing the right kind of muscularity and thickness to the table with some circumference of bone as well. In the same breath, though, I think we're a bit more conventional, a bit more maybe traditional Charolais in terms of our look up through her head and neck, a bit more forward in her chest, and I would certainly like to drop her down in her flank as well. But a really nice individual in that last division. With that being said, I'm going to go show you the way I like them first through fourth here in our champion lineup. But before I do so, let's give a quiet round of applause for our Charolais exhibitors.
Heifer champion belongs to Georgia Gerdau.
Go. Down.
Good down.
Reserve belongs to
George, good down.
4806.
And your reserve Charolais Junior Heifer belongs to Georgia Gerdau. Please give them a big round of applause. I'd like to take a quick minute to thank our buckle sponsor for the Junior Charolais Heifer Division. It's sponsored by Demolin Ranch, Mr. Frank Demolin. She's also going to be receiving a banner that's been donated by Hereford Cattle Company, Jordan and Tiffany Selchuk. She's also going to receive a premium of $500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock.
calf show, and even though Mama looks like she's taking it a bit hard, that calf's pulling on her pretty good. I still think she's done a good job racing, and that calf's heavyweight. He's dang sure manned up and masculine, and he's inherited your extra power and thickness as well. So that's great. Some things we might want to change. I think the cow's probably just a bit off in her hip, just a bit excessive, and the bend to her rear leg is more tentative in the way she sets her heel and ankle to the surface. And I think that calf probably inherited that same trait. But regardless, I like what she represents. I think she's done a very good job. So my hat's off to you guys for coming out and bringing a pair to the show, getting your heifer bred, getting your calf out, everything you're supposed to do to complete this project. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Fernando Corona Melendez with your champion, Charolais cow-calf pan. We're going to go into our junior Hereford heifer show. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 1 junior heifer calves, capped March 1st, 2024 or after. Welcome to the ring, entry number 3509, Peyton Parker. Entry number 2805, Hadley DeMolin. And entry number 194, Fernando Corona Melendez.
Do we have this class? I'm seeing Peyton Parker.
We're good, except 3509.
Peyton Parker, your Hereford class is going into the ring. Peyton Parker, last call. I've called him several times. I would roll him in. I've called Hereford heifers several times.
I count them on one that way in case she's just in a random spot around here. She can
Peyton Parker, this is your last and final call. Peyton Parker, junior Hereford heifer. Your class is going into the ring.
my mind a couple times. And you know, at the end of the day, I just find more pieces I gravitate to, and the young lady's more chromed up female to win. I'll be the first to tell you, she's a bit long-bodied. I'd love to make her bolder for the base of her heart and square up in her hock as she goes away. That's an awfully long neck that she slings pretty high and proud and tight on the top side of her shoulder. I like when you get in behind her, how much beef cow's there. She's very big pin, got the right kind of shape to her quarter that still reads maternal and yet not too clubby. I just like pieces about her quite a bit better in terms of quality. But like I said, she certainly has some holes, and the 1 2 fixes it. I like the dark red-necked female in terms of being a bit smoother. I think she probably is the more conservative option in her rear leg, even though she still wants to pull her hock in from behind. My biggest issue with her, though, is when you catch a front shot of her coming just right at you, she's awfully closed up in her chest. I think it correlates back into her heart and forearm. As a result, she doesn't blow up nearly as big on the black side of her blade or as big in her pin set as well. So an interesting duo. If you like them different, I can't argue with you. I can see it either way. I just find more intriguing pieces and the roundness of body, the hip shape, and the neck set of the heifer that's going to win. But let's give these girls a round of applause. They've done an awesome job.
Congratulations to your class winner, Hadley Doris. Second, Layla Doris. We're now going to be opening the gate, moving into our division drive. Coming back from Class 1, entry number 3509, Peyton Parker.
Division champion of the Hereford show, and one certainly not one to act like a show cow right now. But it's okay, because I think both represent the right kind, and we have a really nice second place over here as well. You know, with that being said, I think there's one out here that just exudes quality, and to me is just a very logical winner. We'll go ahead and use the lady up front to be our champion in this division.
Congratulations to Peyton Parker. We'll now be bringing in the second place individual, entry number 194, Fernando Corona Melendez.
Maybe gets a shade closer for reserve contention here, but again, I think there's too much good in that other class winner not to use her. She's my second favorite. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Lila Doris, or Hadley Doris, I'm sorry.
Out here in our Hereford show, and one that I think when you get her parked really can give you a nice look. She's relaxed in her shoulders, she's heads up, she's really good and loose in her top line. You know, if I'm gonna get picky on her, she's awfully long in terms of her toe. I think we knock some of that off, and maybe she does less of the popping of her back ankle whenever she gets out and goes. But nevertheless, I'm excited to see how she stacks up. We bring her out here in a little bit because I definitely think that's a nice look that she gives you parked. So congratulations, young man.
Congratulations to your division winner, Mr. Garrett Smith. We're going to be moving on to class number 6, late summer yearling heifers calved July through August of 2023, as well as class number 7, early summer yearling heifers calved May through June of 2023. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 5524, Braden Crest. And entry number 2117, Morgan Pierman.
Join us for this next division drive. We'll go ahead and speak about them individually. I think the young man's tick-necked heifer is a very good, moderate, soft-sided kind of a female that's plenty good from a flesh and condition standpoint. You know, we start talking about her in the show ring though, and maybe she's just a bit pushed forward in her shoulder. I'd love to pick her up in her chest and soften her back into her rear rib and flank to allow her to balance just a bit better. But nevertheless, I think one, in terms of being level on her lines and soft lower center body, does that awfully well. You know, we get into the older female, and she's an interesting one because I love her foot size, her bone work, her feature, her forearm, even though we don't necessarily always talk about that in heifers. All of it just screams like an absolute powerhouse, and I love those things about her. In the same breath, I think when you start analyzing the deeper chested option, it's just a bit plainer about her head and the crest of her neck. I don't know if she reads just the most ladylike or showy or feminine, but I like that she looks like she could go and lay down a really nice, stout, powerful herd bull that inherits her soft set of lower joints and comfortability in her spine. So an interesting duo. My favorite's going to be the one that's the older female the young lady has. Reserve will be the young man's. But let's give these kiddos a big round of applause.
So over here on the steer side, certainly they haven't cut me any slack.
Just fell on the wrong end of the stick. She's been waiting here for a little bit with the single entry. I'm glad because I definitely think this one warrants some discussion. Sensibly sized female, plenty good in terms of her softness and doability. Looks like she's going to make an awesome group cow. You know, if we're going to get a bit picky on the freckle face female, she's probably a bit chesty up front, a bit longer in terms of her teeth structure, and I'd probably like to just see her a bit sounder in terms of the way she drives her heel and hawk into the surface. But I definitely like a lot of things about her from a practicality standpoint. Excited to see how she stacks up in the drive here in a bit.
Congratulations, Keegan Paquette. Hereford Heifer Division, Breed Champion Drive. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 3509, Peyton Parker. Entry number 146, Garrett Smith. Entry number 2117, Morgan Fearman. And entry number 2457, Keegan Paquette. Over on the junior prospect steer side, we'd like to welcome to the ring class.
Caravan. I'll be honest with you, it's the young lady's younger calf. That's the second hole right now, and then the one that comes out of Division 3, and they couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. The younger redneck female is very extended, neat looking. She's still got that cute baby look to her in terms of being soft-bodied and neat in her appearance. We get her out moving though. I have some questions about her knee and hock and just her overall durability to her hoof structure. And I think that's where the older heifer comes into play. And I'll be off first to tell you that's a head only a mother can love. I think she's awfully plain looking up front. But I think from there back, right, she's so stout, she's so opened up, plenty durable and athletic enough. So I think it gets awfully close. I'm going to take one last look, show you my champion in reserve. We'll drop in some seconds and get you a top 5. But before I do so, let's give all of our Hereford exhibitors a big hand. They've done an outstanding job here today.
Results from Class 12 with the
class of Maine-Anjou, and I'm going to go ahead and leave them how they came in. I'll tell you, I wish both these females were just a bit longer and just a bit square out of their hip, but I think when they get out and go, comfort level at the surface and durability in terms of their hoof shape and lower joints certainly favors the blaze face female. I think when you start studying her just in terms of her underlying quality, how cracked open she is at the base of her heart, I just find more favor in this female. I'm excited to see how she comes back and stacks up in division and gets more comfortable out here. I like a lot of things though about the female in second. She's got an awfully big set of feet and legs, and I think if you just analyze her from her hook bone forward, there's some things to like. Really neat in terms of her head carriage, really tight in terms of her jaw, yet her rib shape doesn't read like she'd be a hard-doing one. You know, I think though when you study her from her hook bone back, she's pretty off in her hip, she's a bit more tucked up in her flank, and I would just like to see her plant and push off of a more comfortable and attractive rear leg when we set her in motion. I'm hoping that when she gets just a bit more comfortable, it'll certainly favor. On a side note, she's awfully big for an April, but hey, it's okay, we'll call it whatever they are, but a good duo and captain. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations in your junior Maine-Anjou show, your Class 1 winner, to Dallas Haley. Second, Madison Blythe. Coming into the ring now is going to be Class Junior Heifer calves capped February of 2024. Looking for entry number 1570, Kyla Roberts. And entry number 5360, Berkeley McKay. Over on the prospect steer side, welcome to the ring, class number 13. Looking for entry number 3511, Peyton Parker. Entry number 630.
As the young lady's older female to win, and quite frankly, I think she does so in a very dominant fashion. I think her proportionality is second to none. I love how high and tight she ties her really thin head and neck. Just gives you an awesome look on the plant. You know, if I'm to get just a bit picky on her, right, I'd love to see her hip lay in her just a bit squarer, just a bit smoother. When we ask the cattle to get out and go, I don't know if she necessarily utilizes her cock to her full potential, actually gets out and reaches and drives it with some authority. Probably get a bit picky on her in those regards, but like I said, it was like bringing a gun to a knife fight in this group. It wasn't close, but nothing to take away from your street-faced female, because I certainly think when we start talking about pieces of power, boy does she have it. She's got a big back laid into her, a big rear end, and even though those are some things that we like a good bit, I just wish everything tied in a bit sounder, more ladylike fashion as we get her out and go. Don't know if she balances with the same quality, but you dang sure haven't opened up one. So congratulations to both of you guys.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 5360, Berkeley McKay. Second place, entry number 1570, Kyla Roberts. We're now going to be bringing in our first place class winners for our division drive. Welcome to the ring, entry number 3781, Dallas Haley. And entry number 5360, Berkeley McKay.
A little early. That's right. Don't remember.
Class 3.
That I certainly think could withstand quite a bit of competition. You get her parked, and the young lady's an awesome stick for starters. But I just think her head carriage, her looseness and comfortability in her spine, the way she's actually has some length of hip and it lays in her right and attractive, certainly gives her a nice look. Now we're going to get a little picky on her. I think we set her in motion, and she searches just a bit up front because she is straighter in her shoulder and knee. Love to set her back. I think we start analyzing her rear skeleton. I just like to make her bigger and more intensified in her foot size and bone work, give her a bit more toe spread to continue to amplify her soundness as she continues to grow, get bigger and gain weight. But I think you just look at one from a proportionality standpoint, she certainly fits the bill, and it's stacking up to be an awfully fun first division. So congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Kendall Dillable.
just a really interesting animal from a breeding perspective. Talk about one that's neat skull, really, really tight in terms of her neck, yet she opens up with some chest width into an awesome center body. Like her length of hip, like the looseness and comfortability that she has in her spine as well. You know, if I'm going to get a bit picky on her, I think she comes with a touch of lower shoulder. I think she's probably just a bit straighter up front. I'd like to make her just a bit squarer and less curly in terms of her toe shape. I like a lot of things about this one. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks back up in her breed drive, but congratulations.
This is
Congratulations to Adeline Vendendal.
Her shoulder comes a hock that's just a bit puffier and straighter and not nearly as mobile as the one we're going to use. And even though I appreciate her for starting to develop a little bit of a bag, I sure would like to just spread her and make her more square and refined in her foot structure. What a nice duo of females nonetheless. Let's go ahead and give those kiddos a big hand.
Congratulations, Dallas Heifer. Number 5604, Kendall Dillabo. And entry number 2469, Adeline Vendendal. And entry number 3751, Dallas Haley.
Summer champion Maine, and I think show, but I think an awfully good trio of them. They couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. Calf won a very tough division. I thought there was 3 of them in contention. We talked about how she needs to be rocked back in her shoulder and knee, but I think when you look past that from a proportionality and stoutness perspective, she brings a lot of good to the table. One that I think might make the most interesting breeding piece is the Baldy directly behind her. She's pretty conventional in terms of her size. I don't know how big she'll ever get, but I love just the squareness that she has to her rib cage. I love her length of hip and pin width, and that's an awfully neat neck. She'll get a little easy behind her shoulder when she starts to get hot and open up. We talked about wanting to fix her up front. I don't know if she's as athletic when we talk about her rear skeleton. And on the flip side of things, Old Girl's clearly proved that she's awfully sound over here, and I think she gives you just a really nice look. Maybe comes with a touch more chest, but I like her smoothness and femininity, and I think her back leg, surprisingly, is the best in this lineup, and so it makes it awfully close. I'm going to take one last look at the 3 of them and show you my favorite, but I think these exhibitors certainly deserve a big round of applause.
In 24, Maine-Anjou Junior Heifer belongs to Dallas Haley. We're going to be bringing in the reserve for that division, entry number 5187, Emily Crump. And your reserve 2024 Maine-Anjou Junior Heifer belongs to Kendall Dillabo. Please give them a big round of applause. Our champion Maine-Anjou Heifer is going to be receiving a buckle donated by Microbia Plus. The banner is donated by Hereford Cattle Company, Jordan and Tiffany Zelchow. A premium of $500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show, and a gift certificate for $250 to Sullivan Show Supply, donated by Sullivan Show Supply Incorporated. Please give them a big round of applause. Our reserve champion Maine-Anjou Heifer is going to receive a banner donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show, a premium of $350 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show.
Things, and by no means am I just using these two up front because they're little. I think they just bring the most good to the table, and specifically I think balance, muscularity, and thickness ends up favoring the smallest strength one. No mini connoisseur, but I think that one's just the hardest from a proportion standpoint to assemble. She's my favorite, and that's why the redneck one's going to win. I like a lot of things about the heifer in second. I like that she's just a bit greener, a bit trimmer from a condition standpoint. I compare her back to our class winner, and she's just a bit off in her hip and doesn't handle herself nearly as comfortable in her spine when you get her out in motion. I think she gives up quite a bit from an EST standpoint in terms of muscle. There's not a doubt in my mind that she's denser ribbed, denser backed, and denser ended than the two directly behind her. I think the one that's going to be directly in third is nice from a length of spine standpoint. I think she just gets too closed up in her center body. I'd love to square her up front and spread her in her hot clearance. We round out the class with one that almost seems conventional and traditional sized in terms of her cannonbone length. We're calling her a mini, and I think the freckle-faced female is good from a bone standpoint. Just didn't see near enough substance or power there, and we get her in motion. She stays pretty rigid in her pastern and tighter in her knee. But congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
I think there's a nice one to do.
I agree. We'll take that 10-minute break after best of ourselves.
Running up.
Welcome to the miniature Hereford show. Results from Class 1. Entry number 3114, Addison May Desmond. Second, entry number 5700, McKay Ring Camp. Third, entry number 5708, AJ Camp. And fourth, entry number 1562, Regan Caliborn. We're now going to be moving into class number 3, Junior Heifer Calves, January 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5521, Brayton Crest.
They're going to bring Hattie in too, just to position. They just decided.
We are also going to be bringing in the first place individual from class 1, entry number 3114, Addison May Desmond.
Redneck female that's going to complete this division here, and I think she follows suit with the one that we used out of the last class in terms of being very powerful, very opened up, round in terms of the upper portion of her rib cage. You know, if we're going to get a bit picky on her, she's probably a bit shorter and jammed up front. Probably comes with the territory though of being a miniature cow, maybe a bit deeper in her chest in relation to her flank. But again, I like both of these cattle just in terms of being looser in their spine and what we've seen in some of their contemporaries. With that being said, I'm going to show you my favorite, and we'll pull in maybe a second and get us a reserve. But before I do so, let's give these exhibitors a big hand.
Didn't know that. She's been working for a couple years. So.
We're going to bring in the second place. Early senior heifer calves September through October of 2023. We have a single entry numbers 5705, AJ Kemp. And we're going to jump over to the junior prospect steers with results from class 14.
over on the mini side of things, he says her name is Miss Kendra. And I think Miss Kendra is very long-necked and very extended up front. I think she's got some bone in relation to a couple of the other minis we've seen today. I like her. I think she balances up nice when we get her stopped. We get her moving. She might want to dump her hip a little bit, maybe get a bit tighter in her spine and her ankle. But nevertheless, I think she's presented very nicely, and the young man does an awesome job showing her. Excited to see her back in the mini drive here in a little bit. So let's give him a big hand.
Congratulations to AJ Camp.
I guess because they're different.
We get into our next division over here in the mini show. Two cattle that couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind structurally. The young lady up front, first of all, does an awesome job sticking her calves, so my hat's off to her. I think when you look at her, she's very good just in terms of the shape and turn she has to her rib cage. It's a big muscled kind of a heifer. I think when we set her in motion though, it becomes a bit more evident that she's pretty straight in terms of her shoulder, a bit too over in her knee for me, and I would love to amplify her foot quality, give her more to the outer edges of her heel and make her a bit more durable to her hoof wall, but a very nice female nonetheless. We get into the lighter red long feathered female, and I think she's plenty good from a soundness and structural integrity standpoint. I'll tell you though, I think it's easier to be sounder when you just don't have as much to you, and a flatter bodied, flatter pinned female just doesn't come with nearly the same kind of shape and density that we see in the female in front of her. I think you start studying her up front, and she looks like she's enjoyed quite a bit of snacks in her day. I think that's a head and face only a mama can love, but nevertheless, you gotta appreciate her from just her practical cow quality pieces of being extremely sound and long striding. So I think it makes for a very tough division. I'm gonna go take one more look at the cattle and show you the way I like it. But let's give these kiddos a big hand on their champion in reserve in this division.
Yeah, she told me to let her know. Yeah, she told me to let her know after this. Oh.
Mini show out, but we do have a senior division female that we do need to talk about. I think she's due to calve in February, so she's getting close, very heavy bred. I like her for just being so complete. I think practical in terms of her structure, practical in terms of her body type, just a very complete kind of a female. Is she showing some age up front? Yeah. Is she pretty long and gathered in terms of her teat structure? Well, yes, she is those things. But I think when you boil down just meat and potatoes in this lineup, I appreciate her packing a punch and still being able to handle it in a relatively loose enough package. You know, with that being said, I think it comes down to a pair of them. I'm going to take one last look and show you my two favorites. But before I do so, let's give these kiddos a big hand on a job well done.
In the ring, Friendly Pick and C.W. Johnson.
So the lamb fell down. That's why she fell.
Just two here in our Red Angus show, but two nice females nonetheless. They couldn't differ more though in terms terms of their mature frame size when it's all said and done, and just their type and kind in general. We'll go ahead and talk the differences, and I'll show you the way I like them. You know, I think the young lady's heifer, if we could just cut her off from the toe, about mid-portion of her rib up, I think she'd win for fun, because she's so neat in terms of her head carriage. I love just how good she is down her top line for being a long-bodied animal. Still think she blows up big enough out of the backside of her blade. Really square and level and long in the way her hip lays in her as well. Hey, but all the problems though are lying just a bit under that, and I think we need to just shove her back in her shoulder, build more curvature into her knee, and just see her go on more an athletic set of lower joints. But nevertheless, I like this one's look, I like her presence. Certainly some things we want to tweak on her though. We get over to the heifer that's directly behind her, and a totally different speed. I think this one just screams brutality, making moderate, sensibly sized. She's got the right kind of just robustness to her center body as well. Good fleshing kind of a female. In the grand scheme of things though, I think when we start analyzing her up to her front end, she's pretty pronounced in terms of her chest, pretty plain and conventional about her head and neck and the way her hip lays in her. I think she too could stand to be shoved back in her shoulder and knee and probably refined in her teeth structure. I'm not sure we have a track star within the group, so I'm just going to go with the one that I think has harder to generate pieces, and that's an awfully neat looking brood cow. And so I'm going to go ahead and use the darker red female up front to be our champion Red Angus. We'll follow it up with the young man directly behind her to be reserved. But a nice duo, really good set of kids. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to your 2024 Red Angus Junior Heifer. Belongs to Brentley Pick, and your reserve belongs to C.W. Johnson. Our champion Red Angus Junior Heifer is going to receive a buckle that's been donated by Salt River Project, a banner that's been donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show, and a premium of $500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. She's also going to receive a gift certificate of $250 donated by Sullivan Supply. The reserve Red Angus Junior Heifer is going to be receiving a banner donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show and a premium of $350 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause. Natalie Wintoli.
Just one entry here in our Simmental show, so it looks like by default she's going to win the whole shebang. And I think she's very good just in terms of her length of body. She's got no shortage in terms of muscle. No, we're going to get picky on her, right? I think it's clear to see she's probably not the most athletic cat that's walked in the ring so far. Love to just soften her in terms of her body type and structure. But nevertheless, I think congratulations, certainly more than deserving. I look forward to seeing you in the breed drive, or I guess in the overall drive later on today. So let's give her a big hand on her champion scene.
Congratulations, your 2024 Junior Simmental Heifer, exhibited by Natalie Wintoli. Receiving a buckle donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show, a banner donated by Baker Commodities, and a premium of $500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause.
So over here on the steer side, there hasn't been a class in the ring today that had 4 more outstanding steers in the ring at one time, as far as
Entry number 5197, Molly Crum. Entry number 4842, Charlie Ramsey. Entry number 5196, Molly Crum. And over in the Junior Prospect Cattle Show, welcome to the ring class 17. Entry number 992, Braden Schroeder. Entry number 2173, Stetson King. Entry number 77-3, Kenan Buckner. Entry number 55.
A tremendous amount of muscularity from her blade back. A big-ended kind of a female. Where we get picky on the longer-toed option is when you see her up through her front end, she's just a bit too far forward in her knee. We get her going off her rear skeleton and she wants to flag her tail head up and just be insecure in the way her foot and ankle meet the surface. But a very nice individual nonetheless to go ahead and be second. Heifer's an Angus female that comes in next. I think is excellent from just a flashing ability perspective. I think she's got some muscle when you get in behind her. It actually is surprising to me. I think we chalk her up in this lineup, and it's pretty easy to see that she's just too plain up through her front end. But my biggest issue with the harsher four-ribbed option is when we study her out of her rear skeleton, that's an awfully frail back leg with a shallow heel and short, tight toe. It's caused her to bow and push out the outer edges of her hoof wall and hop. I just need to see her with a more confident rear leg for me to buy in, truthfully. We get into the last short horn over here, and she's green and she's skinny. And right now, when she's finally got her comfortable and set up, man, I'm awfully tempted to switch her into third because she's so good in terms of her look up front. I love her strength and levelness down her top line. Boy, we get her in motion though, and she's just too rigid and restricted. Big picture, get off to a three-quarter view, and I thought she gave up the most beef cow muscle. Just like to expand her all the way through and just make her quite a bit stouter and more genuine. What an awesome lineup. Let's give these kiddos a big hand.
Congratulations. Class winner belongs to entry number 4842, Charlie Ramsey. Second, 5196, Molly Crum. Third, entry number 4611, Christopher Bear. Fourth, entry number 5197, Molly Crum.
Exhibitor number.
We're going to be moving right into our division drive. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 4842, Charlie Ramsey. And entry number 5189, Emily Crum.
and junior heifer exhibitors, all other percentages, please be making your way to the ring. All other percentage junior heifers, please be making your way.
One of the spectators just said that the heifer show is not on the live stream. It's down, I guess, or it's off.
I let her know she's working on it.
We bring in a single entry to join us in our division. The young lady brings us a shorthorn that I like quite a bit better than the one you just had, mainly because I read her to be so much more robust in terms of her center body, more genuine just in her skeletal width and what she's working with up high. Really neat in terms of her neck and head carriage. Where I falter is from her hook bone back. I think if you analyze the way she's built out of her hips, she's just a bit shorter and steeper, wants to flag up her tail head and stay sharper and more excessively set to her hop and more insecure in her ankle. But she definitely makes it an interesting lineup out here. With that being said, I think there's a lights out winner in this division, and that comes out of our first class. We'll have a decision here between our second place and another class winner.
Congratulations to Charlie Ramsey. We'll be bringing in the second place individual, Molly Crump. All other breeds, division, breed drive. Welcome back to the ring. It's going to be entry number 4842, Charlie Ramsey. And entry number 2997, Haley Maggie.
How are we doing all those steers? Just give us a second.
Just maintaining her and managing her. Where I get just a bit picky on her is I think the heifer is a bit off in terms of the way her hip lays in her. Wants to pitch in up front and then roll to the outer edges of her hoof wall. When you ask her to get out and take a long stride, I don't know if she's quite able to meet it. But again, that's being awfully picky on one that I think has done just a well of a job being managed out here and certainly looks the part. I think it gets awfully close. I'm going to take one last look at the pair of them, maybe ask them to make a little circle and then show you the way I like them. But before I do so, let's give these young ladies in this ring a big hand because they have done an outstanding job. Class of our all-over percentage division, maybe just two different types of kinds. And I didn't imagine me using a rat tail to go ahead and win a class here at the Arizona National, but I tell you what, I think this young lady's heifer certainly brings forth the right kind of pieces and more than adequately in my mind deserves the win. Really good and tight in terms of her neck, big ribs, still swoopy in the lower turn to it, a big hips kind of an animal that more importantly just structurally takes the lead in this group. If I'm gonna get picky on her for a couple areas, I'd love to just intensify her bone work to match what she's working with up high, but more importantly, I think if you start analyzing the type of muscle she has, it's just a bit shorter, just a bit coarser and bunchier. I'd like to make her just more longer tying and maternal, and we start projecting her down the line, making the cow out of her gets a bit tougher with her type of muscle pattern, but a very nice class winner. You know, the young lady told me her heifer's name is Bailey in second, and that Bailey's a homegrown heifer, and I think that's awesome out of an old show heifer, and I certainly think her show cow has the right kind of bone and is certainly long and neat about her neck. Unfortunately, I think she's just a bit tangled up structurally. Like to just amplify her soundness as she gets out and moves in the ring, but when we got her stopped, she can certainly give you a nice look. But congratulations to both of these young ladies. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to your first class of all other percentage breeds. Class winner belongs to entry number 1877, Ken Stowe. Second place, entry number 1260, Bailey Welch. As we jump over to the junior prospect steers, results from class 16B. Oh, I'm sorry, 17. Entry number 1725, Harper Simpson. Second, entry number 633, Lane Anderson. Third, entry number 773, Kenan Buckner. Fourth, entry number 5509, Morgan DeCosta. Fifth, entry number 427, Cashlin Roepke. Sixth, entry number 2197, Levi Mayer. Seventh, entry number 244236, Trenton Castro. Eighth, entry number 2450,
directly in second. Really love her just in terms of her underlying quality, excellent in terms of her robustness to her center body. And I like that she's still an opened up, powerful female that's rocked back in her shoulder, has some length of hip, and can actually use her hock and is still maternal enough in her muscle pattern. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up. I think it's obvious that you want to say you want to intensify her on her bone, but I think for what she is, it's plenty adequate. Get into the key though, and boy is there some big pieces. For starters, that's a big set of feet and legs, and very hairy. You know, when you start studying her up there her front end, you love the way it shoots out of the top side of her neck. You know, with the extra flank hair that they have pulled down, it certainly gives you the illusion that her underlying balance is properly, even though I'm not sure it's as good as the one directly in front of her. I think it's a very high quality animal. Where I get picky on her is if you watch her come right at you, she really wants to roll and pigeon them in. I think when you study her and the way she's made from her hooks to pins, she's just slightly off. I'd love to square her up in those regards. You get in behind her, and I think she's just a notch more closed up in her pin set, fades just a little bit behind her blade in relation to the one directly in front of her. But boy, that's an awfully nice pair. I'm excited to see them out here in a little bit. The next pair of them look awfully clubby, right? And so, don't know if we can talk much practicality or anything like that about them. And I'll be the first to tell you, old Whitey here that's going to be in third's got an awfully short cannon bone. I ain't so sure how tall she's going to get. But why I used her over the black and white one is you get her in motion, and her back leg actually works. Her knees actually got some set back into it. That's a very dense rib cage. Like I said, I'm not a fan of quick maturing ones, and she screams that. And I'd love to square her up in her hock as she goes away. But I think her advantage is just in softness, not only to her center body, but her skeleton. It certainly gave her the nod between 3 and 4. But boy, it's awfully hard not to just gravitate towards the hair and quality that you get on the stand of this black and white one. I know she was probably meant to be a boy, but I think you judge her in today. Get her out in the ring, and it's probably the heat that's getting to her a little bit too, but she's just quivery on her front knee. You get her going, and she can never really set her past her down. I think it's because she's so up on her toes and shallow in terms of her heel. That's big muscle, a very cute little neck. I think it'll be interesting to see what she matures at, especially when we start seeing her maybe in a warmer or colder environment as well. So if I'm hot, I know the cattle are hot. The calf that's coming in next, very long body, got some back, got some rear end to her. Love her neck attachment, so neat. Probably the thinnest, skinniest, highest tying neck of the entire group. Today, I think she just reads so green and so shotgun in terms of her lower belly. I'd love to just give her more heart and her lower flank and body. We get her in motion, and man, she's just too tight out of her hip, more up in her jump muscle, a bit shorter hip. Really wants to set him down hard as she goes out here. A nice, good-bodied red heifer is going to round out the group that's not short on some bone. I just thought in this lineup she read the plainest and needed to go a bit better in motion, and that's why she ended up where she is. The young lady's done a beautiful job showing her. Congratulations, let's give all those kiddos a big hand.
So over on this side, then we got a pair here in this class, and we got a black
Please be bringing some back.
There wasn't a doubt in my mind from the moment the young ladies have her step foot in the ring. She's made the direction we built the class around. I mean, you want to talk about one that is so wild looking up through her front end and yet still handles it on bar none, probably the most comfortable set of feet and legs in this class, and it's not close. I think she certainly does that. I think she just exudes quality. You know, if we're going to get maybe just a bit picky on her, right, I'd probably like to just pick her up in her tail head, maybe make her just a bit squarer out of her hip more so. But I definitely think she reads at the right level of maturity. She's fresh and she exudes quality. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up here in a minute when we bring her out for division. I like the heifer in second though. In fact, I think she's the cowier choice if you want to get on the one that won for maybe not being as woofy or as opened up to the base of her heart or as swoopy back into her rear ribbon flank. I think she counters her perfectly in those regards. My biggest issue with this one is when we set her in motion, she wants to come apart at the top side of her shoulder, push forward in her chest, and just get pretty mechanical and tight in the way she operates out of her hip and hind leg. As she goes away, I'd love to square her up to the outer edges of her hoof wall. But nevertheless, that's being awfully picky on one that I think balances up more than good enough on the side and certainly is a very dominant second place in this particular lineup. Cat that's going to come in next isn't short on some bone and some fuzz, and I like those things about her. I liked that she was just a bit more youthful and ladylike up through her chest and front end as well, but for her that's probably breed type as well. Just a good kind of a female. Her biggest issue is when we get her in motion, I think her chances of moving up anymore in the class probably just diminish because she's just a bit more vertical up through her shoulder and knee. I think the heifer that's off and short in her hip just doesn't stay within her skeleton or drive her heel deep enough in the dirt for me. But a very high quality individual nonetheless. Congratulations to that young lady. Brute cow for the class comes in 4, and I think she's very good from a doability perspective. Again, sensibly sized, good fleshing, good body cattle like her and of a Lusagai money, but in the same breath. I mean, she's pretty conventional up through her front end. I just don't think the frailer footed option handles her hip and hind leg near attractive enough or flexible enough when we ask the cattle to go ahead and lead. We round out the class with 3 of them that I certainly think bring some pros and cons to the table. A black and white female, really big bone, not short on some muscle. She's pretty low fronted and pretty thick and short in terms of her neck. That's not why I beat her. I think young man, when we get her in motion, she's just too loose in her spine, wants to flag her tail head up. And I'd never see her really just set her past her and heel down into the dirt soft enough for me. She's always pretty rigid. I'd certainly like to loosen her up and make her a bit more flexible. Young man's orange stump tail female I think is so good and soft in terms of her center body. I think she's a rear leg away from working up quite a bit in this class. But as the longer she's been out here, the heifer wants to bow her hawk and get pretty upright and straight in it. Just comes up too short in her stride. Then we round out the class with a black and white female that's sensibly sized. She's not short on body and muscle. In fact, it's hard to say to go ahead and put an animal last when they bring forth the quality that she does, because we've certainly had, she's probably one of the better heifers that's rounded out a group that we've seen today. In this group, she's just too plain, just too off in her hip and stabby in the way she handles her rear leg. But a great group of cattle, awesome group of kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to entry number 6981, Harper Simpson. Second, entry number 3039, Lacey Bell Desmond. Third, entry number 5131, Brayden Batchy. Fourth, entry number 4302, Andrew Stoneberg. Fifth, entry number 537, Colton Anderson. Sixth, entry number 5849, Easton Martineau. And then seventh, entry number 5335, Shelby Vincent. In the ring now is going to be Class 2 Junior Heifer Calves, February of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4599, Maya Van Dyke. Entry number 2208, Faith Campa.
I think sometimes when a class walks in the way you like it, you just gotta let it happen. And I think when we set these cattle in motion, To me, the softer, denser haired option is just so much more comfortable in the way she collects her spine and she sets her pastern down and hock down just a bit more comfortably as well. That's a good kind of a cow, just in terms of having the right kind of center body dimension and softness, and she still looks relatively ladylike in terms of her head and neck. Just a nice individual. Does she wow you in any one way outside of maybe her foot size? No, I think she's pretty average in terms of her rib cage. Maybe not the wowiest from a muscle perspective, but at the end of the day, it's hard to make one awfully complete, and I think she certainly does that. The heifer that's in second made it intriguing though for me on the stand because the young lady's a very good showman, and I think her elbow actually sets onto her body a bit tighter, and she actually comes a bit bolder through the base of her heart. And like I said, on the stand she looks the part, and I'm tempted to make the switch. We set her in motion, and to me she's just too far forward in the angle to her blade, too short in her hip, and too restricted in the way she operates her lower joints. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give those girls a big hand.
Congratulations to Maya Van Dyke and second, Faith Campa.
Well, truthfully, folks, when you get
percentage cattle before we go to division. And this is a tough one for me, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to leave them the way they came in, but I'll be the first to tell you, I don't like the way the heifer that wins wants to roach up and dump her pin set when she gets out and goes. But boy, this young lady does a great job showing, and when she finally gets her planted, that's a big-footed animal that's good in terms of her center body. Maybe you'd want to drop her in her flank. I think she just brings too much good to the table and is too comfortable, I guess, whenever she's standing there, to go ahead and not use her. Heifer that's coming in second, though, is probably a bit harder in terms of her muscle shape. I like that she's, streamlined and got some length of body as well. When you start breaking her down, though, she's just too round out of her hip and coarse in her shoulder, just too streamlined in terms of her underline, and probably could stand to be softened up all the way through. But two very good showmen. Let's go ahead and give them a big hand.
Congratulations, Class 3 Junior Heifer Calves. Class winner, Carly King. Second, Emily Crum. We are now bringing back our first place individuals for the division draw. Entry number 1877, Kinley Stowe. Entry number 5903, Dylan Carlo. Entry number 6981, Harper Simpson. Entry number 4599, Maya Van Dyke. Entry number 2150, Carly King.
And Best of Arizona.
Okay. So we're not doing Best of Arizona until the end of spring right now.
So spring driving that year.
Because that's how it got taped up, so.
Lovely. Okay. Just keep going, Charlie.
Thank you.
Down to a pair of them and a nice second place within that pair when we start talking about champion and reserve. And for me, I guess the young lady's percent semi that comes out of class 2, I thought just did a lot of things right. So genuine, so opened up, and yet still reads maternal and ladylike. She's maybe not wanting to act the best out here, show herself off, and it's certainly not doing her justice. But I think when you compare her back to the one that I think is also in contention, she's just a bit more comfortable in her spine. She's so much softer in her lower body. More importantly, I think she probably squares up front a bit truer and better in her front toe placement. We talk about the one, though, directly behind her that I think's giving her a run for her money. It's a nice maintainer. And when you get her stopped, it's hard to not be infatuated with how cute and little her head is and neck, and the way she ties it so right and so correct out of the top side of her blade, and yet she opens up and she's got some curvature to her upper body, set the stage for some backup high. You know, I think my biggest issue with her is she still reads pretty green and immature in her lower body, and that's okay. Catch her throwing out every once in a while up front, but more importantly, I'd just like to redesign her out of her hip. But like I said, you get that look and it's awfully hard to go back and forth in your mind. You know, with that being said, I'm going to take one last look at the cattle and then show you the way I like them. We'll bring in a second place and we'll get you a reserve. But before I do so, let's give these division winners, or these class winners in this division, a big round of applause.
Calf November through December of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 1234, Alyssa Welch. Entry number 5682, Maz Siddiqui. And entry number 2449, Ashlyn Richardson.
get into this next class, and I think the young lady's Blue Plus just kind of wins so in a pretty dominant fashion. A good-legged, maternal kind of female that's got some sweep back into her rear rib and flank. More importantly, I think her ability to blend just enough structural integrity, enough femininity and maternal merit, and still pack a little bit of some power, just gave her the edge, and it didn't become close in this particular group. The debate I had in my mind was between 2 and 3, and just from a types perspective, young man's Brockle to me just reads so much more ladylike and feminine in the shape to her jaw, the shape to her neck, and her muscle pattern as well. I think it's pretty easy to see neither one of them are a track star, but I did deem her to be just a bit more acceptable. You could make an argument and say, well, hey, it's easier to be sounder and you just don't have as much to you. And by gosh, I do agree with that. But I think at the end of the day, somewhere along the line, you just got to draw the line structurally. And I like that she was at least conservative and within her body cavity. We get into this next one, and boy, is she not short on some power and some bulk and some hair as well. In the same breath, though, the plainer-headed animal just is too vertical up through her knee and front end. We get her in motion, and boy, is she pretty tight out of her hip and wants to throw her tail head up and get uncoordinated out of her rear skeleton. And a female show filly, she just needs to be a bit more maternal and a bit sounder for me to really buy in. But young man, there's going to be some people that really bite on her in other classes. Just found the wrong girl today, but congratulations. Champion in our percent show, and fundamentally speaking, I think there's one out here that just probably suits me a bit more in terms of foot quality, soundness, and looseness of structure. And that's the young lady's older heifer. She's going to go ahead and win this division. We'll drop in that second place and then get you a reserve.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to entry number 1261, Bailey Welch. Congratulations to Ashlyn Richardson.
Structurally, the sharp-colored female just takes the lead. I think she's just so much more comfortable in the curvature to her knee, the set that she has built into her pastern and cock. for the results. She's just the more athletic option. We get into that heifer in second, and boy, again, another one that's not short on some power, some bulk, some bone, some hair. She's got all the ESTs you could ask for. Two things, though, that probably scare me quite a bit when we start talking about making a long-lasting brood cow, and it's her maturity. Don't know how big that old girl's going to get, and then when we get her in motion, we just got to make her quite a bit sounder for me to trust her in a turnout setting. But congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Your class winner is to Bailey Stout. Second place, Alexa Roberts. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 7, early summer yearling heifers, calved May through June of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 2386, Stacy Couch. Entry number 333, Taylor Rowland. Entry number 1558, Tyler Coquette. And entry number 4636, Billy Courtney Smith.
And I'm going to go ahead and start with young lady's black female. You know, we get her out and going. Maybe she's just a bit more lethargic in the way she wants to operate out of her back leg. But I think you look past that, she hits her stride still. She's so good just in terms of how seamless she transitions from her flat shoulder back into a really, really robust center body. Set the stage for just a tremendous amount of muscularity and natural thickness up high and from behind. I think from just a proportionality and body shape standpoint, she holds the edge in this particular lineup. Is she perfect? No, I'd probably like to just square her up out of her hip and relax her in her loin. But then again, I think they've done an awesome job maintaining her freshness and her condition. It'll be interesting to see what she looks like out here in our lineup later on. We get into this yellow female, and I like a lot of things about her. In fact, she's probably just a bit better in the way her head and neck tie out of the top side of her shoulder. She's got a really big set of feet and legs that are awesome in terms of the shape to them. A soft-bodied heifer that proportions right from the side. You know, I think you watch her come and go, and she's just a bit flatter and not as wowy in terms of the explosion to her center body. I'd love to just spread her at the surface and make her a bit wider based and more genuine in her hot clearance. And she too could stand to be picked up in her tail head ever so slightly. We get into this next one, super sound, really good body, good from a fleshing perspective, but boy, I just worry about her mature size. Her cannon bone's awfully short. Hey, I'm 5'2", and she's pretty short compared to me, and so I think that's my biggest worry, but I thought she held the edge in terms of soundness and body in relation to one behind her. One behind her looks really neat and stout in terms of her jawline, really slick neck, big bone, probably just a bit more clubby than what I usually take him in a heifer show. That's not why she got beat. We just need to see her go quite a bit sounder and more athletic for me to buy in. Let's give these kiddos a head peek.
Congratulations. Results from Class 7. Entry number 2386, Stacy Couch. Second, Billy Courtney Smith. Third, Tyler Paquette. Fourth, Taylor Rowland.
Over here on the steer side, I was telling
and the way she's operating out of her spine right now. I think you study her length of stride underneath and the amount of just robustness and power she's working with and still able to pull together that silhouette. She's a nice animal. Probably get a bit more depth and softness back in through the rear rib and flank for this painted up heifer. I think you get behind the cattle though and she just gives up so much from a rib shape and pin width perspective, a bit frailer footed, longer toed and plainer footed or plainer fronted as well. But a nice duo. Congratulations both these kiddos.
Oh no.
This has been just an awfully fun show. I'm pleased with the lineup that we have out here, but I would be remiss to say it doesn't come down to two divisions. I think there's one that's so dense and so powerful. Maybe your underline doesn't read as good. Maybe she's not as loose structured. And then there's one that is just so sound, so sow-bellied, and yet still reads so genuine. I'm going to go take one last look, and I'll show you my favorite. Let's give all of our percent heifer people a big round of applause.
Your champion all of the percentage breeds champion belongs to Dylan Carlisle. We're going to be bringing in the reserve individual, entry number 6981, Harper Simpson.
Just a quick reminder for all junior geek exhibitors, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break in the prospect steer and in the junior heifer before the best of Arizona on both sides. Thank you.
We're running best of Arizona. We're running some free starter for her. But she's taking it before.
They're not here. Yes, Brahman and Brangus.
From the Brahman American Division, entry number 6917, Brindley Pick. From the Brangus Division, entry number 1285, Brody Weststein. From the Charolais Division, entry number 4808, Georgia Goodell. From the Hereford Division, entry number 2117, Morgan Fearman. From the Maine-Anjou Division, entry number 3751, Dallas Haley. From the Miniature Hereford Division, entry number 5703, McKenna Ray Kemp. From the Red Angus Division, entry number 2070, Brindley Pitt. From the Simmental Division, entry number 5042, Natalie Guintoli. From the All Other Breeds Division, entry number 4842, Charlie Ramsey. From the All Other Percentage Division, entry number 5903, Dylan Carlisle. We'd also like to recognize our reserve division winners from the Angus Division, 1477 Katie Flood. From the Brahman American breed, entry number 2267 Katie Burnett. From the Brangus Division, entry number 4811 Rihanna Shepard. From the Charolais Division, entry number 4806 Georgia Goodell. From the Hereford Division, entry number 3509, Peyton Parker. From the Maine-Anjou Division, entry number 5604, Kendall Dillabo. From the Miniature Hereford Division, entry number 3114, Addison May Desmond. From the Red Angus Division, entry number 2288, C.W. Johnson. From the All Other Breed Division, entry number 2997, Haley Maggie. From the All Other Percentage Division, entry number 6981, Harper Simpson.
She's really hoping to see that Charolais. I just texted. Don't know where they went. I just texted Katie to make sure. I know they know how this runs.
All junior heifer exhibitors, all junior heifer
we get out here for selection of our champion junior heifer, and I just want to start by saying just how grateful I am for this opportunity. I remember one of the first times I came to Phoenix was just for the judging contest, and I remember just being in awe by the whole atmosphere and the event and just how focused it was on the people that were showing it, which I think is a rarity at stock show these days, and just how good the staff was at being so accommodating. And I think coming in as a judge couldn't speak more volumes to everybody that's been behind the scenes. So I want to thank Lisa, the beef superintendent, everybody that's had me out here and working behind the scenes, because let me tell you, it's a tireless, thankless job. And I'm just so incredibly grateful for how smooth we were able to run this entire event. So before we get more in depth on the cattle, let's go ahead and give a big round of applause for the show staff and the people behind the scenes. As we dig more into the cattle, you know, I talked in my video, I'm a big stickler on structure and foot quality. I like them powerful, I like them sweet looking, and I think that's just a fancy way of saying I like the uniform, right? But I think that's the cool thing about the livestock industry. I think when we look back just at the progression we've made in the last couple years about making these things so out there, yet still sound enough, yet still good enough, yet still maternal enough, it's amazing to me. You know, you look at cattle selling and how high they're going for, then you look at ones and you think you have one that's awfully good. It maybe doesn't bring as much, but I think that just goes to show that the ceiling and the floor has been raised, and I think that certainly holds true to the lineup that we have out here. These cattle are awfully high quality. You know, with that being said, I think all the way through, the exhibitors have done a fantastic job today and certainly made my job a bit harder because their showmanship skills are so on par. I'm going to go ahead and put the microphone down and then show you my favorite from a top 5 standpoint. But before I do so, let's give all of these young people who've made it this far in this game a big round of applause.
So over on this
Your grand champion junior heifer will be receiving a buckle that has been sponsored by Old Town Horse and Pet Incorporated, receiving a banner that was donated by Mon Ranches LLC, a premium of $2,000 and $2,500 from the Arizona National Livestock Show. The reserve grand champion will be receiving a buckle that was donated by Stokes Equipment, a banner that was donated by Clyde and Vicky Sharp, and a premium of $1,500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause.
you. AOP, Dylan Carlisle, AOP, Dylan Carlisle, entry 5903.
Your third overall is going to the all other percentage division, Dylan Carlisle.
See if we can start.
Harper Simpson, entry 6981. Harper Simpson, entry 6981.
Your fourth overall individual also comes from the all other percentage division, Harper Simpson.
Maine 3751.
And your fifth overall is coming from the Maine-Anjou division, Dallas Haley. Please give our individuals a big round of applause. from Marana, Arizona. Bailey Welch from Cottonwood, Arizona. Shelby Vincent from Kingman, Arizona. Shelby Vincent from Kingman, Arizona. Faith Campa from Golden Valley, Arizona. Carly King from Tonopah, Arizona. Ashlyn Richardson from Arlington, Arizona. Trent Castro from Clarkdale, Arizona. Bailey Welch from Cottonwood, Arizona. Bailey Stow from Marana, Arizona. Tyler Poquette from Flagstaff, Arizona. And Lacey Bell Desmond from Casa Grande, Arizona.
Well, I appreciate you guys sticking with me as we wrap up our Best of Arizona out here. And I tell you what, I think this is such a neat thing that you guys are highlighting kiddos from this state. I've had the privilege of judging the state fair here, and just an outstanding group of kids, always so polite, so nice. But more importantly, you get them back out here, and we had some cattle that were extremely competitive in their respective classes and divisions and breeds. No doubt in my mind, are you guys all going to have a very lucrative show career as you wrap up with these females as well. You know, with that being said, there's a pair of them that elect a whole bunch of the show and probably got beat by some that ended up in the top 5 that I think are certainly due their justice to go ahead and get a piece of the show. With that being said, I'm going to put the microphone down and show you my 2 favorites. But before I do so, let's give a big hand for all of the kiddos that are in our Best of Arizona.
Congratulations, your champion belongs to Lacey Bell Desmith of Casa Grande, Arizona.
What is the... Say it again.
93. 1893.
I don't have that laptop.
Does she just need to...
I need a name.
There you go.
And your reserve Best of Arizona belongs to Bailey Stow